Hello everyone, Jana is here. Finally, I decided to go live myself and to do a little bit of trading. Okay, I'm just at this moment I'm trying to see if I actually have a volume here, because I haven't done this for quite a while, guys. I haven't been trading for quite a while manually. Pretty much all the time I'm using the EA, and I thought I was going to do a little bit of manual trading, not auto trading. So I have been doing it with the EA, and I have been asked for so long about the manual trading, the usual trading, so I thought I will do like when it's possible a little bit of live trading for you guys. So let me just I'm just still trying to check if I have a volume, if it's going manual trading, the usual trading. So I thought okay, yes, it's working, and I can start, I guess. Okay, so if you first time obviously watching, just first time ended up on my channel, that I have been trading for quite a while, and mostly now using the EA, but my previous trading was manual entry points and EA using as a tool, but for like last few years trying to use EA fully automated. But as you know, guys, like I'm always saying, with all the automatic systems, it's very dangerous and risky just to, you know, leave it on its own. That's why I always prefer to trade manually, to look for the entry points and then let the EA run the trades. So that's how it usually works. And the system I'm using is usually, again, for the new who is just first time starting to watch my channel, is looking for patterns, channels, triangles, head and shoulders, flags, and place pending orders, which I use with this EA, the one you see on the screen on the right hand. And usually I'll just place the orders and walk away. But also I used to trade 1 minute chart and trading scalping. So yes, and now I'm trying to go back to that, but unfortunately I don't have all the time as I used to trade long hours sitting at the screen, looking for the possible entry points, placing the orders, actually executing manually. But with the EA it's a lot of help. Of course, it's much easier and less stress. Then you don't have to watch the screen, because using just hands, you know, at some point it was like trading even at night times and not going to bed and watching the screen, so it's really tiring. So let's just now, guys, to see. I'm trading. I used to trade obviously the other pairs, euro dollar, pound dollar, many other crosses, but now I'm concentrating mostly on gold, because with the EA, the way I set it up, it's better to trade on gold, because I use the recovery system, and with the recovery system it's good when the pair moves a lot, makes a big move, and you know, gold makes big moves, and usually if I have a bad trade, like a loss, it recovers it in the same day, but sometimes it might take a bit longer. And of course, when it goes into consolidation, that's the most main danger here. Okay, so just a little bit, and let's see gold. I haven't done technical overview for quite a while, also just don't find much time. let's see what we have and what I will be looking for. So basically I'm going to trade for few hours, couple of hours maybe, and then I have to go. So whatever the trades I'm going to place, I will just leave it with the EA afterwards. I'm not using right now completely auto, so it's the other account I've been showing. If you would look at some live trading previously, live streaming, it was with different account and it was completely auto trading with just some manual orders from the Asian session, right? So it would have been just like one, maybe two orders through the Asian session, maybe a little bit like London session, but pretty much most of the time it was just being auto trading. Right now I switched off the auto trading completely, and I'm going to use only for the trades I will be looking to go into now. But before that, it's time to just have a look and see what's happening. So with gold, let's just do a bigger overview. I mean, at this moment can see that a bit of a consolidation. That's kind of a channel here, and where a possible gold goes at this moment. So basically, you know, guys, that since last time I was doing the overview of the gold, I don't even remember when it was last time, but okay, let's go on the monthly chart, and you can see, remember, if who has been with me for a while, I've been trading around here in those times, and since last time, as you can see, like the the gold gone like really up, yeah. So it just goes up non-stop and has no correction at all. It's a big time frame, and if you would go along on the like a bigger picture, remember that the patterns, that's what I'm just trying to bring in, the patterns, how they do actually work quite well. As you can see, guys, here we had a big pattern as a cold cup, where you have a like the big cup and the handle in here, and basically look at this as what happened. The previous move from here to there, so it's 168,000 points, and now we're expected from breaking the cup pretty much the same, right? 160, still further to go, so that's where we can expect the gold might continue to go up until finally it will start for some kind of correction. But is it going to have a correction, and how far it can go? That's the question, because we know that with the world situation right now, looks like gold is just going up non-stop. So yeah, that's the picture at this moment. But I mean, basically the technical view, and with the everything what is going on, because you know the gold reacts a lot on any world news like wars, right? Financial crises, anything. So, and that's together, as you can see, the gold continued. So technical overview and everything what's happening pushed gold quite high. So it's actually reached like 3,500, right? So we had the maximum, as you can see here. I mean, if we will look at it's 3,505. Well, so 3,500 it's reached, and had a bit of a drop and correction, and then trying to get back. Okay, trying to get not giving up. So it's very high, and for the long term, basically everyone is expecting either continuation of going up or for correction, right? So of course it needs correction. It's been doing a little bit of corrections, but as you can see, every time it was trying to correct, it was pushed back up again. So that's what I see. So, like, you know, I do not trade long terms, but for short terms it really doesn't matter. That's why I'm saying I don't care, as long as it makes big moves. That's what I need, just big moves, and scalping. So that's what the EA does. It just scalps all the time. And at this moment, so for example, we can see a little bit of that path where actually gold was, after reaching 3500, it dropped, then it's created another top which was kind of lower than the previous one and created lower bottom. So basically it was given a little bit of the signs of trying to go for a bit deeper correction, but no, it was pushed back up again. So basically fundamentals are been more important than technicals at this point. So you see, and then now the gold is again in the uptrend. As you can see, we have lows higher and highs, also highs, and the question is gold is going to create a new high or what? Well, basically it's pin, and we know that with pins it's pretty much 99.9% that will go and fill in the pins or gaps, and at some point, for example, yes, sometimes it could be fast enough, sometimes it could be taking weeks, months, years even. So at this moment it more looks like it's going to be faster than months, because here, yes, it was a possible view when it's created. You see the created pin and then that other one, and the expectation with these candles for me is always gives the more towards the continuation of uptrend, but a bit of the signal that soon it should turn around, but not straight away. So that's why, for example, I wouldn't been expecting to turn around just yet, and quite possibly it will create another top, so it will go higher. Yeah, that's kind of overview of gold. Basically, yeah, just most people are just looking all the time for possible buys, and keep buying it, but it's very, very expensive at this moment, really high. Even like physical gold to buy right now, it just looks very high, very expensive. But of course, with many people are saying it's going to get to 5,000, and well, it does look like it can be anything, but all depends. Again, the fundamentals is very, very important. So now I'm just like I'm saying, guys, this is just a bit of the picture that we have. Yes, it's gone high, it's in an uptrend, another channel on a smaller time, like 4-hour time frame, for example, it's in an uptrend with the main picture of the previous top, so it still didn't take it, and it might still go, for example, a bit of in a correction, but which I'm not going to do yet, but I can, for example, a little bit to see if it might create you know, if that was the top, which I don't really like it as much because it's not so you see, for example, it might go for something like this, right? So we have one top, we have kind of one double bottom here, and this other top, which I don't personally like that very much, but the picture could be anything, you know, with technical review. That's why technicals are just kind of giving the idea of what can happen, and well, that's for me anyway. So basically I'm looking for, of course, the smaller time frames at this moment to see where I can get into any trades. The EA, like I'm saying, the fully automatic is switched off at this moment. It probably would have been already in some kind of trade. That's what it's doing on the other account at this moment. But here, for example, that's what you see the differences when you're doing manually. You like all the time looking, trying to see, figure out what to do, where to get into the trade. And with EA, it just does it itself. So for example, if I'm looking at possibilities, I have missed a little bit of one of the entry points, and now I have to wait for another one because I'm looking at the smaller time frame, 1 minute chart, and it just not giving me at this moment anything because I just had other options. So what I do basically is I'm looking, right? So I have the bottom, so I have one of the main bottoms we had here, plus minus. So okay, I'll leave it as it was because I have my main levels where they're giving me idea where the stronger levels, right? Here we had a little bit of also strong movements around, so this level could be that I had this little top here, then another top was stopped, the other double top was created around, then we broke it, and now we are staying above that level. So basically in here, for example, my expectation would be that the market might go a little bit more around that level, and then it would be either a breaking point, so it will either be trying to break and go further down, right? And we have this nice uptrend channel, which also, you know, the often breaks out and could be a bearish flag, for example, right? So can say like this, but at this moment it's just a nice trend channel, and the breakout of this level, a possible going down, is we have another bottom, because what gold likes to do is just takes tops and takes bottoms and then reverse, right? So it's like it takes, like you see, like the previous top, it took the top and then went back down, but it didn't, it's created the bottom, but the next bottom was a little bit higher, so it didn't take it and went higher, but it took those tops, right? And then turned around. So now it possibly can be, if it will break this level, to try to go and take that bottom and then either turn around or continue to fall. So anything can be possible. So that's why at this moment it's looking like the bottoms, you see, for example, that's what I like to do, is to see which bottoms it didn't reach yet. So for example, you see we had here bottoms, it took it with this one, then it created a higher one, but it did not take that one, and then create another one, didn't, but eventually broke and collected it, right? Like took those two bottoms. So, and then it's created this uptrend channel. That's why I like, so those little, the yellow ones I'm placing is just to, for me to see where it can go to get for next bottoms and reverse, for example. Yeah, so when in the smaller time frames also could be useful. This is another one which was pinned, and I have another one. I know that's how that's why manual takes so much time and energy to look for all these important areas and possible turning points, turning around. So on this one, I will try to also, I know that a lot of asking me before, for example, instead of going for smaller take profits like scalping, to go for bigger take profits, which I was saying exactly. So with this you know, tops and bottoms, you can possibly expect and place your take profits bigger, right? Like for example, nice, okay, it's 4 hour time frame, and let's go on a 1 hour time frame. So you can see it's a very big channel, right? It's creating very big channel. So basically breakout, the problem is the false breakout. So it might break and then come back down, break, come back down, and then again decide to go whichever way. And that's what my strategy based on going for those scalping on a false breakouts. So you see, but after those false breakouts, that's when, for example, I would be looking for the bigger moves, right? And then look for the bigger take profits. So after one or another. But this, you see, for example, here, what I'm just not going to, I'm going to switch off the EA, just showing you, for example, buy stop, right? For example, here we started the a little bit, you see it was a little bit double bottom, started to create a bit of a channel, for example, and this would have been the channel, right? The starting, and expectation of breakout of this either one way or another way. See, the market decided to break, right? The spin, they broke down and then it came back. But so some people would after that jump into the buys, expecting the market to continue going up, right, to our next possible level, or we could put Fibonacci levels and see where else it could go. But the market didn't, and it just broke, got in and stayed in. And you see, and that's why, for example, on that little move, I could have, you see, it's nearly 80 well, okay, let's talk in points. Okay, it's 800 points, which is 80 pips. So basically I could have already make a little profit on that one instead of jumping into like a lot of people I teaching how to trade. Okay, broke, came back. Okay, so here inside the channel we're buying and waiting. So this is the early jumpers, and that's how you would have basically make a loss, because obviously your stop loss usually recommended would be below the pin. And then you see what they're doing, they're sitting, they broke a little bit, came back again and broke again, so took your loss, came back again and sitting again in the same area. So you see, but with my strategy I would have been making profits on every time it makes those false breakouts. So and again you see here is the same. So that's the consolidation quite a bit, which I don't like. Usually I don't like when it happens, because it's not moving much and nobody likes it, obviously. But okay, as long as it makes enough out of my channel, for example, I'm making money on this. Okay, so I'm making it. But if it will like move a little bit and not enough, and then it makes loss, and then it can go into few recoveries. Okay, and that's what I don't like, few recoveries, because the system with recovery uses martingale, and it's like averaging plus martingale, so it increases the lot size, and the lot size can go very, very high. And that's why I'm saying you have to really keep an eye on this. As we can see at this moment, we see the situation that it's in consolidation, and is it going to continue in here or go a little bit further down, or we'll be trying to, you know, break out. So basically, but how to know is it going to be a good breakout or not? So that's obviously, okay, you would know, a lot of people would say you need to wait for like a strong candle, like breaking it and pull back, staying above the channel, then continue the way up. So that would be the strong, okay, the strong breakout. So that's where you would like go for after like a big candle, for example. Then you could risk it and place like and buy and place your stop as usual underneath, and then expect a bigger move, reaching the take profit, whatever the next expectation of the next top. But like I'm saying, if you're not sure, we can use, you see, we can use our Fibonacci level. So that was the first, for example, waiting for breakout to it, you see. So 50, usually 50 is the main Fibonacci level. So from here to 50, it's about 180, 160 pips, or 1,600 points. So it's a quite good, but of course, like expectation would be with gold trying to get to the top, but it took the previous tops. But because we're in an uptrend channel, so of course you would think a little bit higher. But at this moment, I'm just going to remove it because, okay, let's just leave it because it removes everything. No, okay, let's just remove it. The question is what to do at this moment. Is it going to go up or not? Because you see a lot of pins in here. It's very, very helpful with pins. Of course, I also look at it all the time and trying to see if it's going to do what it's going to do. We know the usual situation with the pins is that the market should continue going up, right? So quite often when you see the pin happens, the market turns around. Well, I mean, we have, like, for example, you see here, you see it's like it's been going, then created that bottom with pin and turned around. So very nice. It's a 1 hour time frame, quite strong. The candles are quite strong on 1 hour time frames, and of course you see it's created the pin, and it's basically again important level, and yes, would be really nice buy. Here is the same. We have top, another pin candle, and it's turned around. We didn't have much of the pins here. This wouldn't consider as a pin here, as you can see. Yes, moved up again. This wouldn't consider that. No. But then this type of pin, you see, it's not very good one because it's inside the you see, it's not on top of the top or the bottom, like here for example, a little bottom candle with pin turned around, and then this candle, this would usually for me show that it will go up. But look, first it gave that impression to everyone, oh yeah, we're going down. Yeah, you see it's like pin going down. Still could make money on this one basically, because smaller time frame, smaller take profits when you're not going for the bigger profits. Yeah, again, see, created the pin, took all the previous tops, and then you decide, oh, okay, we're going down, it's a bearish flag, but it didn't break. You see, it didn't break. Created a little bit of the pin here, which is also could have been useful, but didn't take our previous bottom. You see, ended up a little bit higher, but we would have been already in the channel, right? Here's our, because we had one bottom, then another bottom, plus minus a little bit higher, would have correct the levels here, and it was as a uptrend. So that's why with pins, it's yes, they're very nice, very good, helping. And here again, you see it shows quite a bit of those pins, so basically gives an idea of a possible continuation of uptrend inside this channel. But the only problem is it started to create it in somewhere in the middle, right? So it did not go any further as our previous bottom. So you see, if we would look, right, a bit better view, this is a bit too high, right? So that's why, for example, for my expectation would be a little bit go further down and then either turning around or trying to break through, because we already have had 1 and 1, right, 2 and 2, 3 and kind of 3, so that's already 4th. Is it going to go continue up, or actually will try to break out? So for me it would be more looking to try to break out, but again, fundamentals can change everything. But technically for me would be still, even with all those pins showing a possible continuation, I would expect this going further a little bit down and then turning around. So you see, that's how I would see it. Okay, and let's check the Fibonacci levels, for example, and we have it stacked between 38 and 50, so basically in quite important levels. But my expectation still would be going down to about 61 level, or staying in here and trying to break even further down, so to that previous bottom. But that's just some of the views. You see, it's a quite wide channel. If I look at it, it's very wide channel. It's like 2,400 points or 200 pips. You see, guys, it's quite wide. But for a possible scalping also could be quite useful. So for example, I'm looking right now again on my 1 minute time frame, and for example, if I would know, as you can see, guys, if I would know, right, my little channel for, yeah, so that's how it started, like, yeah, the channel, well, basically it goes a little bit like this, right? I would say more like that in this channel. So we see it's a little bit on a downtrend channel, so gone a little bit higher in here, and from here, where is it going to go? Trying to get to this top, or that's where it gets. I know a lot of people will say, oh, so many levels. I know before I used to have it too much and too many comments about it, but basically using it for scalping and short-term trading. So basically my expectation would be of you see, the channel which it was trying to break a few times. Here's, it might stop in here or try to break further and then come back. Let me just check if we are having any news, because like I'm saying, I haven't been trading manually for so long. I know about the news basically, but I have only been keeping an eye on what was going on, and seems to be that the EA was coping quite well with all the moves. So today is the 18th. Okay, what do we have today? Aha, basically we have FOMC press conference, FOMC statement, and that's possibly the movements, and it's going to be like quite late for me. I'm in what's my time zone? Well, you can say it's London, so you can see London time, and I am 1 hour ahead of London. So for me, it's going to be in the evening about 8 p.m., which is what is it show is for me shows, so it's 10 a.m. At my place, and in London it's 9, because yes, 1 hour behind, so it's 9 o'clock. It is 9 o'clock in London, yeah, it's 10 o'clock here, yeah, 9 o'clock in London, so it's 8, so it's 7 p.m. London time will be FOMC. So unemployment also climbs is important, which would be about 2:30, and unfortunately I will not be able to trade the news, because I used to trade news a lot, and my main strategy was trading. I started from trading the news back in 2005-6, and I was only trading the news. That's what I was doing, spread betting in the UK with the news. But through the years it started to be quite risky trading the news. Very, very big spreads. They widen the spreads a lot. They slipping the prices. It just started to be not as good as it used to be, which was good with spread betting because the spread was fixed even during the news events. So I don't know if it works the same these days when you know that if it's fixed, and then you can't pretty much go wrong with it. With my strategy, it was working well with spread betting, yeah, with fixed spread. Okay, so yes, possible. So you see what the expectations, we probably will be trying to break through this area. Look, it's been sitting yesterday all day and starting to sit today. So basically it was expectation of possible breakout with the American session, right, when the news are going to be there, and the main is possibly the markets would be waiting for this FOMC, which will be in the evening. And in the evening I might be able to get to my computer just in time to see, but my outer EA is going to be running there. But manual trades, that's the question. Where would I place my pending orders manually at this moment? So for example, the smaller time frames, as you know, I'm using. You see, for example, at night I didn't give a signal, so I'm giving my signals. I say my pending orders, when I'm placing them, I send them to Telegram channel, which is Jana FX. That's the only one official Telegram channel I have, guys, is Jana FX. And there are so many scammy Telegram channels there with my pictures. They're taking my pictures, they're taking my screenshots and asking for money. It's nothing to do with me, guys. They're all scammers, so please ignore them, because I know so many people are writing to me saying someone asking for money. They're sending me Telegram links, and it's nothing to do with me. So it's the only one is Jana FX, and you can find link in the description under the video, my official Telegram channel. And that's where I'm only sending my screenshots of pending orders I'm placing, or when I'm going live, like live streaming, and nothing else. No money. The only, you can subscribe to the EA, which is through Patreon, and also the link is in the description under the video, and that's it, nothing else. And yeah, so you see, guys, last night, because you know, for me basically it's like really late, like midnight, 1 a.m., which is midnight in London. That's so around that time I'm finishing to look for the signals, because for the possible entry points, because it's getting too late. So I go to bed around 1 a.m. and I can't sit longer and wait. So for example, yesterday I didn't see possible entry point, and I had, when I started to create a little channel here, but with the open of the market you can't use it before the market opens, because when the market opens the spread is huge. So basically you have to wait for the spread to come down, and then afterwards wait a bit. So for example, if I don't see, if the market doesn't come down, then I wait like I was saying until 1 a.m. and if nothing happens, I'm just going to leave it as it is. So you see, nothing happened for me. You see there was a big move here, I mean from that already, so I missed, and that's it. And then it's gone down, but that was another possible entry point. That's little channel would have been really good, but for me again that was, it's like you see it's 4, but it's a terminal hours, it's 11, so it's 10 o'clock, it shows 11. So if it was 4 o'clock in the morning, for me it was 3 a.m. you see, when it started to create. So basically I would know where I would be sitting and waiting. So that would have been another channel here, see. So based on the previous little one, why would I choose this one? Because you see that previous one was nice breakout, and we had another one previous also in the same area was nice breakout. You see here, if I would place orders, it's moved like 100 pips, and I'm only like aiming about 20 pips, 200 points. I increased it a little bit because it's gold now is moving quite a bit, and then it's increased to 200. Used to be the 180, and again, wherever you use in the broker, then you can add a little bit of the spread, because different brokers, different spreads. But basically I was placing the 200 points based on with the spread. Okay, so it was enough for those small movements. Okay, and now you see it's just gone through that little area, got up and then went down again, did not stop in the same right area. So now around this small level, not, I wouldn't say it's a strong level, because it's inside this just a small consolidation channel, and now it's trying to go back up. So basically for me on like you see, going for smaller time frames on 1 minute, this is 5 minutes. So you see I'm going to, so for example I know my levels, right? So around these levels I'm trying to play around. That's how I would do it when I trade manually. Basically, again, expecting some fake breakouts before the strong movement. And the strong movement at this, basically when we are going into consolidation, the stronger movements we would be expecting with opening of the markets, like London market, like New York, Tokyo, like the nights Asian sessions, and for example, yes, I would say before the American session, quite possible we're going to have some fake breakouts, and then the news might push it into some kind of right direction, but other news in the evening, that's why it still could be messy, because if the market concentrates mostly on what's going to be in the evening news, the FOMC, then again it might have a good move and then come back and then just wait for, before you decide to go for the proper movement, proper direction. Because you see at this moment you can't say anything, there is no way to say where it's going to go. Yes, we know it's an uptrend channel, but it's stuck. You see, it's stuck. It didn't go straight forward to our, remember on Fibonacci it would have been about 61, right? Level is stuck between 38 and 50, so it sits here now, and until the next good move we might have to wait a little bit. But let's try to do the scalping, right? Like I'm saying, at this moment I missed it, so I'm just going to show you in 1 minute time frame. For example, where would I go if I would start earlier? For example, you see, let's go back to the other days. You see, looking all the time when it goes into some of those type of consolidations, always looking for tops and bottoms, and taking the previous top, taking the previous bottom. That's main kind of rules for me for my scalping. Of course, I'm also using a little bit of indicators, which I don't like to use. I never ever used indicators before, but when I was doing my scalping, I saw a bit of the benefits of using some indicators. And I'm not showing them here because it's going to be a lot. I have other screens around me where I'm looking at different time frames. 1 minute, like 5 minutes, 15 minutes. 15 minutes is also like really good time frame, especially using some indicators. Wait, I'm just trying to see. I don't have 15 minute now. I have 15-minute time frame, and you see at this moment with all of those indicators, it's a very mixed signal for me to even go for scalping. And the EA uses only one indicator and goes into the trades by just using that one indicator, which works quite well also. So for example, what do I have at this moment on 1 minute time frame? Do I want to go into the trade? No, I don't want just yet. Still waiting for something else. I have possibility to go a bit of into the trade, but on, you see, like on the 5 minute time frame, it still shows I have to wait a little bit. So yeah, basically the main option would be looking for the tops. You see, trying to take it a little bit, took it, and then I would go for sell, for example, here. Then next one, I would be waiting for breakout of the previous bottoms. You see here it's broke that previous bottom, it took it all, then came back, and that's where I would go for buy. Here, for example, I would have missed the trade, but I mean, this is the Asian session. Basically, if you're in the Asian session, living somewhere in Asia or those time zones where it's all good for you, Asian session is quite good for this trading, because when usually the market is quiet, it works really well. And you see another bottom again. You see that bottom, it took that bottom, came back up. That's where I would be buying. Here I would be doing absolutely nothing, because you see this is where the tops, it gone a bit lower, then turned around, good move, but unfortunately, yeah. So here I probably would also look and go for a trade. This could have been a possibly losing trade. So for example, you see that pin took it all, and then if it would be a small one, only 10 pips, so that probably would have been a losing trade, which would have been recovered. So then I would be looking for the next possible entry point here, and that would have been another main one to get in. But you can see it's already getting closer to the opening of, you see the times is around 6 a.m. closer to the opening of the European session, and Europe opens a little bit earlier before London, and this is where it's started to already pick up for when it gets less risky compared to like when it's calm, like during Asian session. See, but still would have been another trade, probably would have recovered the losses if I would have made here. This the new, I would be looking for some more possible entry points. This I wouldn't consider as the tops, because the tops and bottoms has to be like something like this, then going a bit higher. You see, would go and just look for it again, the bottoms, looking for the bottoms to break and take them. For example, here would be nice to go for, wouldn't do anything around this one, nothing in here. That little one probably wouldn't go for anything. Here again, looking for breakouts, again higher. That's little top possible, that little top possible, but still not as good, but could possibly go. Then we are going, you see, it would have been London session. Here in London session, very nice to use the pattern, so that would look like a bit of bearish flag for me. So would probably place the bearish, the orders for that breakout. You see, then we are going down again, continue the same bottom, another bottom taking, would have been buying here, then going up. You see, that's the candle which is wouldn't be good, because no tops, but okay pin, but I wouldn't use that, except to see it's moved, but not good for me enough. Then you see, taking the other bottom, no, taking another top, just, but not good enough. Then another, you see, little top, it takes it, would probably go for this sell, would have made a little bit, or possibly could have been loss. But if we look, for example, here, a small trade, again, you see 100 points, so probably would have been a bit of a loss. But again, this would be also depending on looking at this is just looking, you see, how I would look completely naked screen, like no indicators, nothing. So those ones I would be looking for, those double tops and double bottoms. That's what it is, or taking the tops, taking the bottoms. So for example, see here again, the top above this one would have been go for sell, here would have been profit, Then going for the next one, this one would have been above, taking it again, sell, would have been a profit. Then looking again when the bottom would be taken, this wouldn't be good enough, nothing here, breaks more. Now maybe not, depends. Again, we'll be looking at a possible trying to buy here, or maybe not. It just depends. Like I'm saying, here it's not as good, but even if it would, okay, this could have been a losing one, you see. But this is already going through the American session, you see. It would be, of course, looking at what's the news going on when America opens, and then again going down, looking at all of this, what we're doing here, a little bit of that's bottom, some pins in here, again using the pins to try to buy, again tops, taking over tops, trying to sell, making on that, again the bottom, another bottom, probably would buy here, probably would be trying to buy here, or maybe not, again depends. Going down, maybe here too, going further down. That's how the year, you see, again here trying to sell, again here trying to buy. That's how the a little bit of giving you the impression how they actually scalping would be working for me if I would be just trying to jump into every single trade on a 1 minute time frame without the also without using the any signals and indicators. Okay, let's say indicators. So, and we're coming for like today's day, for example. I told you that I missed a trade at this moment because that's my bottom. You see that the previous bottom, that's the new bottom, that's where I would have been going for a buy, but at this moment I missed it a little bit. So when it runs away, here I would just leave it for now. So basically now I'm waiting for go on a smaller time frame. Again, you see from here I'm waiting for, let's see, we're in the middle, right? And I have a little bit of this top, so maybe to take the top, then turn around and try to go for a small trade, or going, you see I have distances, right? 80 pips up and 140, or let's say, do I have 30 to here, or the previous bottom here, another like 90, so it's like kind of like in the middle, 90 here, 90 to that one, or going further down, right? So that's what I need for now. I'm just like waiting, okay, to see to get into this trade, to take a little trade. What I want to do, of course, I could say, look, as it's already created, like you see, it's created one bottom, another bottom, it broke my level. So basically it goes, that's my previous consolidation, right? Like the previous little channel I had, and look, it sits just above the channel, but if I go a little bit higher of that little channel, right, so it might stuck inside the channel, right, like that little, I just don't want to create, I don't want to make too many levels, because I can see it with my eye, but for you it could be a little bit too much. You see, for example, here now we have this, okay, so basically that's where the other channel was, right? That's little one, that's a little bit wider one, and we're just inside here, and then all what you do is just basically sitting and waiting. That's what I'm saying, like trading is not as wonderful as everybody is describing it, how it's like cool, you just like you press it all the time, but no, but most of the time if trading is just waiting, you're just waiting, watching, analyzing all the time, waiting, watching, analyzing. That's why I'm saying it's so tiring. It's because you have to watch and watch and watch, and it's like, oh, okay, that's the moment, and then the moment you go somewhere, you just go like, I don't know, someone interrupts you or anything, and that exactly that moment, that's where it happens when you do in the scalping. See, it's 1 minute time frame. That's why you have to watch this this minute. I mean, okay, this is 5 minutes. 5 minutes is also quite good. You see with those like the pins, like you see here, very nice little pin, so you can even though it did not, you see, it did not take that previous big pin, you see, that's why my expectation is it will possibly more further down, right? That's how I see it, more going further down, because it still didn't take that one, and 5 minutes is quite good also with those pins right on tops or bottoms. You see here, it's just could risk it. You see, like here was a support level, right? Like our little support level plus minus, and it's created pin around there. It could have been, you see, I can move this level a little bit higher, a little bit low, but anyway, it's right there. So that's why, yeah, it could have go for this trade, and then it went up here, the same, right? This little channel again created the pin, gone down, took this top very nicely, can go for that trade. That's how you see. For example, if I would have been watching all day screen, like just doing it before London session, so if you are in those time zones, you see how beautiful this is all worked out, like very well. Okay, we missed this trade because it was open in the market, we couldn't do it because of the bigger, wider spread. And after, if you've been watching it, yeah, okay, let's go on 1 minute time frame. That's what I'm saying, the Asian session is really good for this strategy. I really love it through the Asian session, but unfortunately I can't do it as I don't live in Asia or anywhere close to that area. You see, here it's like nothing, right? You're just sitting, waiting, but here is your a bit of a consolidation. You see, okay, like on 1 minute time frame it was not showing anything, so we would be waiting, and then you see small consolidation here using that previous, again, just giving you the idea how to do it. You see that channel here, it was that little channel area here. See, it would go for, like, there would have been one trade, okay? So then waiting a little bit more, another trade. Then you see it's created that little pin, then you go for another trade, okay? It goes back here, it wait, what, nothing. You're waiting for it to break out, what, nothing. And then goes up again, and here is created, and it's another trade for sell, you see? And this is going for that, another trade. You see, it's like all winning trades. You see here would have been one winning trade, second one, third one, five winning trades in this Asian session. That's it. And now it's just nothing. Okay, that's why I pretty much don't like this in this time what like the London. I used to like to trade, like placing the orders London breakout, right? The London opening. But it's with this, like, scalping, it's not as good as when you're doing it through the more calming time, the Asian session, for example. See, but let's see a little bit, because like I'm saying, unfortunately I can't do all day. I do like it to do also to trade through American session, because gold likes to move a lot through American session, right? Those big moves, right? More trades through American session, yes. More risky, more losing trades compared to Asian session. That's what I've been noticing through the years of watching it last, because like I'm saying, I did not even touch gold before because it was too volatile for me. I was more concentrating on like euro dollar, pound dollar, dollar yen, those pairs, but with the recovery, so I found that the normal pairs are harder to recover because it takes longer. But with gold, it was just like I'm saying, some recoveries would have been done like in a few minutes, and that's why I switched to gold, as it gave more profit, better recoveries, faster, and that's why I have been like last few years watching it, trading it manually. But like I'm saying, you see guys, that's why manually is very time consuming. It's just basically, you see, just sit and wait for it. I mean, you see, with the point is with the EA, what I like is like, okay, even if I make mistake, basically the smaller lots, of course. I'm saying like if you start with, I always suggest to do it on cent accounts, because it's up to you, you decide, but I would just suggest only cent account, because like whatever you put $100, $200, $1,000, you lose it, you're not going to cry. Because if you put like $10,000 or $20,000 and you lose, you're going to be very upset. Okay, so that's why it's up to you what you do. But I suggest it's like whatever, it's a cent account, real account, per 10,000 you start with 0.02. Okay, if you're using recovery system, basically. So that's why, just like, no, I mean, okay, I have been trading a little bit different strategy also, but that strategy is very crazy. It's like bigger lots, yes, but you have to watch the screen like non-stop. It's like non-stop. If you didn't do it during your normal hours when you don't have to go to bed, it just would drive you crazy, because you would have to watch through the night, through, like, don't go to bed, don't go to sleep, you just would have to watch it. But it was giving like extremely amazing results. That's when I grew my account like really fast. But it was so tiring. I was like, I was like doing it. I ended up with health problems because, like, you know, watching it, like the eyes pain, stomach pain, because you just sit and you just like, you can't get out. I mean, okay, you might spend a few months of doing it and end up with really good profit, but I don't know, is it worth it of you know, risking your health? Because how I got my health bad after that is just that's why I preferred, you know what, you can't earn all the money in the world, so better just, you know, do not stress out and just do it slow. More like I'm saying, like a pension fund. You just slow trade it, keep it nice and slow. But the other strategy, like, I know some people were asking me to show that strategy, but I let's see let's see how it goes, because it's crazy. I haven't been trading it for I think for like a couple of years now. Yeah, I don't know if the gold does exactly the same moves. That's why I thought I might come back again to it and see if I could use the strategy. But you see, the problem is when it goes into a bit of a trouble, that's when you'd have to sit and watch like days and nights until you get out of the few trades out there, because yes, it's with locking, and lock is very hard to get out. So yes, the strategy uses the lock, and it's it's very hard, I have to say. So yeah, you see, that's what I'm trying to say. Like with the EA right now, with the smaller lot, with the EA, it's like I can now do whatever. I can buy, or I can sell, or can buy and sell at the same time. I know that it will take a profit on one and it will recover the other one. So yeah, it's no problem to do it this way. So, but if you want to be a little bit more accurate and go for a bit bigger lot size, then you have to really watch it and analyze it. So that's why, for example, at this moment, you see, it's like I could say, well, we're kind of like in the middle. You see, now it might, what is it doing? So it's like 1 minute, I'm looking at 1 minute time frame. You see, based on what we had here, I might say, okay, it might from here, it might go a little bit down here inside this channel, and I can walk away with my 200 points profit, right? Or if it, for example, will make me a loss and decided to turn around, I have kind of like about 900 points stop loss. So for example, if it goes back up to 900, you see what the problem can be. 900 is exactly where that previous stop. So yeah, it can hit that, turn around, go in now 900. What I have there, 800 points, no 900, no 800 points for the next one, for example, if it's here. So it made me loss going back 800, take another trade, and then I would need another 900, for example. Yeah, it make me loss, it can go back inside this channel, and another 900, which is previous bottom here, or might go further, it should recover the loss. So you see, that's how I can look at it this way by using the EA. Okay, so if I'll make a mistake, for example, if I would want to sell here, just I don't have a signal for it, no, but just based on that we are in this channel again, stuck in it. Yeah, for example, if I would say based on that, I can try to sell it, and if it makes me a little profit, great, I will walk out with a small profit. Make me loss, it should recover it based on the movements around this area until the basically American session, or open American session, or if the market decide to wait for the news, and then go through the low further to the FOMC, right? You see, it's this. You see, at this moment, that's what it's trying to do by the look of it. Okay, so but you see, on my 1 minute time frame, I have a possible I can 5 minutes. 5 minutes doesn't give me anything. You see, like they're using the other indicators. I'm looking at indicators, and they are not showing at this moment. They don't show me anything. It just shows as a stuck 15 minutes time frame, especially nothing. It's only if I would be looking at it without any indicators, just using the channel, right? Let's say, okay, I think I could sell and expect it to go down. Let's see if it's going to happen. So you see, I'm not risking it, but because the indicators, okay, so right now, because of the indicators are telling me it's mixed. They're telling me it's mixed. You see, 1 minute shows that you could sell, 5 minutes shows me not just yet, and 15 minutes is also shows me not just yet. So, but let's see how accurate it would be just to using the technical overview with technical. So then what I'm going to look at the next. Yeah, you see, it's going down a bit. You see, on the 5 minute time frame. Like, so that's 1 minute time frame. Basically, see where I was telling you, right? Selling here somewhere, and it's just moved 100, and you see, for me, for example, if it moves further, I could have made my 2 scalp and make my 200 pips points profit, 20 pips, right? So I could have, for example, if it will continue further down, but like I'm saying, it's just based on that channel. So here, that's what I'm saying. You see, with indicators, I missed that entrance, and now let's just see if it's going to go down here, and what else is going to show me. Like, for example, should I go into this? You see, it's like I'm saying, it's very boring. Trading is boring. Just to sit and watch it. Just to sit and watch it. So I'm just going back to 1 minute. So I would say, for example, yes, would be expecting maybe that consolidation. I might just use, before to use that channel. It's about 50 pips, a bit wide, but again, just to place the orders for, and then just to wait for breakout instead of watching it. Just let it run, do it yourself. So you see, like, expecting maybe it will decide to consolidate again. I mean, you see, this little one I also can put into the, you see, a bit of an uptrend like that. It's too many levels, but try to do it in even here like this. No, okay, I will just use this little part. Okay, just use that little part. So for example, here still it might go a little bit further down. Okay, so I have I have two bottoms. So this little one, well, okay, roughly three, right? And they're all higher, and see what is going to happen with this one. So you see, okay, I can say from here, yeah, more like this, right? But it can go and give us a double bottom. But at this moment, like I'm saying, with the indicators I have, they are telling me to buy on the 5 minute time frame and on the 15-minute time frame. It's more into the possibility it's not going to consolidate here, but would try to go further up and maybe even higher like this, you see, because well, it's mixed. I mean, like, okay, it's like I'm saying, some of them are saying to buy, some of them it's mixed. On 1 minute time frame, it's mixing, but based on you see, my way, like I was telling you, go for the tops and bottoms is nothing. It's just in the middle of nowhere, because like I'm saying, here I missed the opportunity. Here there is nothing for me here, because I would have waited to take at least those two tops and then go for trade. But as at this moment, it just gives me nothing. I just can try, like I'm saying, to try to use those indicators, see what they would say it's like mix, a little bit mixed, but on the 5 minutes slightly mixed but more towards to buy, 15 minutes also mixed but more towards to buy, and 1 minute and 1 minute now also mix. A little bit of mix. Let's see what we have on the bigger time frames. I say like 1 hour time frame is more also mix but more towards to buy. In the 4 hour time frame, pretty much nothing, more towards to buy. So that okay. Just wait. There's nothing else. I mean, nothing else can do. Just sit and wait. Because you see, even if you're doing scalping, you have to have a system. You can't just jump, buy or sell, not justifying your action. Like I'm saying, yeah, I could have just jumped, like I told you. I could have jumped in and sell just based on this possible stay in the price in the range, and that's it. There's nothing else to go for that quick trade. So it was you see, it still looks like it still might look to go into that stay in that range. There's nothing at this moment. Nothing I can do at this moment. Okay, let's just sit and wait. Let me just see what I have. This one will watch the screen. Just to write to answer your comments. I think it's easier if I would just write. Mario MG, morning Jana, morning good people, good morning. Squirrely McBurley, first time watcher, I love the hair color. Thank you. Артем, спасибо, Жанна, что продолжать трансляции. Да, спасибо, что тоже присоединились. Пока не получается никак по времени. Очень много тут оказалось дел. И как-то не хватает времени, потому что обычно я делала для русскоязычной публики на русском канале по субботам или воскресеньям. Записывала субботу, выпускала в воскресенье. Просто сейчас некогда. Вот в основном торгует советник. Просто скучаю по ручной торговле, действительно, и поэтому вот решила немножко поторговать. Ну, плюс, конечно, столько раз я обещала все-таки показывать живьем что-то, вот решила. So I was just guys saying to some of my Russian speakers, because I have also Russian channel, but I just don't have time to do it on Russian and English at the same time, because I have some circumstances, let's say it that way. It's been, yes, some things had to be done, and I just don't find I have usually I would do the Saturday video on Saturday and post it on Sunday, both on Russian channel and English channel, and but I don't have time to do it. I find it very hard. You see, even now I'm thinking to go back to do these streams, at least to do the streams and do it live to show you what is going on, where to place the orders, explain a bit, because I was promising for so long and just always feel like guilty not to show it to you guys, and that's why I'm just like, I'm trying to, but I don't even have time. So for example, now I have only, well, for me it's nearly 11, so I have an hour before 12, and then I have to go. And tomorrow I I don't think I'm going to have time to do it tomorrow, but hopefully I could do it. Let me just see. Yes, it's Wednesday today, Thursday, Friday possibly I would be able to stream again, and then Saturday, Sunday we'll have it. But next week I might be able, also might do Monday, Tuesday, and then Wednesday possibly, and then we will see. It all depends, you see. It's all the life gives you sometimes surprises. So спасибо, Артем. Thank you, Artem. Yeah, what indicators can I suggest? Well, the indicators, well, I don't usually use indicators like I was saying, but last couple of years I mean I been looking at them before, but I don't usually trust them very much because they usually like delaying, right? They're a bit delaying, so they're not very effective. But I quite like MACD and RSI, right? So yes, so like EA using RSI, so that's what it's based on. It's like typical strategy with those RSI, MACD, so you know about them. It's exactly how it works. But I found, you see, like I'm saying, like they could be a bit delaying, right? That's why I decided to try it on gold. I didn't use it on normal pairs because I just couldn't see bonuses of using it because it was too late for like some. That's why I like price action. And that's why with price action, with my pending orders, I don't use indicators, right? I don't care what they show. But on scalping, I tried it with gold. And combining them, that's what, if you watch my videos, like you've seen, my account was built up very fast. And like last year of when I was trading a lot, that's what I'm saying, but that's I got problems with my health because I was like non-stop, like days and nights at the screen just to build up the account to make as much money as possible. But I got with my health problems after that. And but the also the averages, okay, so also the averages I used, and they showed up really good results, like less losing trades, so less recoveries, basically still using the EA, but like that the manual one where I used just locks, that was like really good, like I'm saying, the locking and getting out of locks, and that was really useful to use those indicators, okay? But I wouldn't, like I say, I wouldn't rely on them exactly, like, you know, like just fully rely on them without like the technical overview and basically the fundamentals, of course. For scalping, for scalping on gold, I found it's really good. Those indicators like RSI, MACD, and averages. So I'm combining them, and you see, like for example, right now, that's what I'm saying. Let's do again as is the without indicators, right? The market is inside this channel, you see, but and I didn't go for the trade, right? Because the indicators at this moment, they're not as strong, they're mixing. For example, on that trade right here, like for example, I said, yeah, this is a bottom and another bottom, which took the previous one, and the indicators also showed me this was a good entry point. So that's what it gives. It's really nice is that when technically it shows me, and then it's like with indicators and confirmed, like yes, that looks like a profitable trade if I would go here for buy. And just like looking at it again, like yes, my 1 minute chart, let me just see the 1 minute, the 1 minute was not as, no, 1 minute was showing me with indicators, yes, it was a good buy, and the 5 minute chart, and that's it. So it's 1 minute and 5 minutes. The 15 minutes would be too much. So you see, with 2 time frames and indicators, it was giving me a good indication for going into this buy, for example. You see, but here, and as you can see, it's not reaching a little bit, yeah, where I was going to say I was going to just based on technical overview, just would have go in here in trade, and I needed 200. So it was just 200. You see, I could have actually still kind of plus minus could possibly make a profit, or maybe not, I don't know, because here I was telling you somewhere around here could have get into this trade, because it's just based on a possible price staying in the range of this channel, right, on this very narrow channel. But like I'm saying again, the other indicators and like bigger time frames, like 5 minutes and 15 minutes, is kind of showing me that mix a little bit, but still not going to sell. So and also, guys, you see that the technically I still would be seeing, for example, it might go continue, right? So going like this, waving, and we'll try maybe to break out. Is we are inside now, considering that channel possibly, right? Considering that possible little uptrend channel. Now we are in one downtrend and this little uptrend. It's always complicated like this. But if it stays around here, then breakout again might stay in this channel. But like I'm saying, you see, guys, the problem is it's not giving at this moment. It's not giving me anything. So, but very good trades would have been through the Asian session. But okay, let's just wait. You see, it's like some people say, oh, like just only 2 hours a day, and let's say, no, you can't. How can you, okay, well, if you go for only 10 pips scalp, then would have been a profit. Yes, if it would be just 10 pips. So you see here again, I might look, okay, fine. I got the little, I can also, say again in here, right, that little bottom, we're in here again, it didn't break through, so maybe finally to sell and go for it, right? But not strong. It's not strong. It's I wouldn't trade like this. I could have looked at it based on some other strategies when on a bigger time frames. You see, he's using the same bigger time frame strategies using on a smaller time, like 1 minute chart, right? We had this top, little bottom, another top. You see, it broke, right? Broke. Now it's little pullback, and then expecting to continue further down. So yeah, I could use that, but I don't. It's not mine. No, I still prefer to see the bottoms, tops and bottoms. That's my main strategy for gold. Tops and bottoms. Always look for it. And that's why this moment, for example, okay, would be nothing. We'll just wait. Unfortunately, I'm going to miss the New York session. Yes, I don't know if I will be able to place the orders before I leave. We'll see. See, it's another 140 to get to that bottom. So it does look like it's going down. So the expectation of just technical overview was pretty much correct of that we are staying in the range. So you see, I could have just go for that little sell, for quick sell. Yeah, you see, would have I would have make my my profit just, you see, based on okay, I don't need this level anymore. But it's would have worked out quite quite alright. So now let's see what if it's going to just stay in a range, for example, or would try to break a little bit further and like trying to take the bottom, right? So but like I was telling you, that my expectation that we might just stuck in this range, because if it's waiting for some kind of the news, basically the London is not helping, and yeah, if they're waiting for the news, then they're waiting for the news, then it will be in a range. So I'm just looking again at the news. It says that the Fed is likely to keep rates the same, but give a forecast that moves markets. So yeah, and Trump says EU not offering fair trade deal. They also have here. Okay, so it's nothing else at this moment. Let's just see what's going to be happening with this area. Is it going to go further down or just stay? Because like I'm saying, probably we're just going to use this channel for so the news are probably going to be around this area, the first news, right, before FOMC. So it might go from here, break through down there, which you see I will not be able to watch it, and that's why if I will go for a smaller also profit, where I usually place like 200 points and then trail. So it closes half positions, taking 200 points, closes half positions, and then it's moves the trail stop. And for example, if it will try to break up, right? So yeah, that probably is going to be the area to place the orders. I mean, like I'm saying, now it might try to break down further, but I think it's just going to stay in this area. But let's just see what else, because like I'm saying, if I look at my indicators, they are kind of a bit of a mixed. I mean, they showed more on 1 minute time frame. It's now more towards buy. Could possibly just have a little buy, except the averages are saying do not buy. So you see it's but just when it's like in such a small range, it's very mixed, so I wouldn't rely on them like at this moment. But okay, see, for example, if I would just ignore it and use this range, I would make my small profit. But let's see if I can do now, just to see if I can, for example, in that range, to walk out in that range and maybe buy, expecting it to move back up again. You see, that's all what I will be. For example, you see, like it's here it was very strong, but here it's not strong. This is just okay. For example, if I will go, you see, like 1 minute chart right now is saying just possibly 5 minute chart completely mixed. 15 minute chart is also. So let's say if, for example, I buy here, right, I have 90 pips stop loss. So basically my stop loss is around here. So even if it goes further down, and even if it will try to take this bottom, which I do not expect it to try to take this one without news events. I might still be alright if it will turn around, go back up again somewhere out there. So for example, here I could risk again to try to buy. See, I could have risked first to try to sell, make a small profit, and now I can try to risk and buy, expecting just to price stay in the range. So we're trying to trade in the range before the big move, you see. Like for example, do I want to do it now? Like I'm saying, the indicators at this moment are very mixed. So if I would just rely on 1 minute, so the 1 minute is showing me a possible to buy. Let me just, for example, if it's going to reach, might not go for too much. Well, okay, let's buy. It's a small trade just based on a possible, we are trying to trade the range. That's it. Okay. Still thinking. Because like I'm saying, this is not how I would do it. No. Like I'm saying, it's not very big trade, but because I will not be watching it, it's a little bit riskier to do it this way, because like in an hour I will not be able to watch the screen at all. Because you see on the 5-minute chart, it kind of gives a little bit of a possible move down. Just see a little bit more. This is what I'm saying. It's like, you know, if it's not giving you the like with your strategy, like the main strategy, yeah, it's better not to, you know, not to get into every single trade. But I still need to, like I'm saying, calculating, analyzing all the time is that, like I'm saying, you see, with the settings I put in is like where the stop loss I could hit it. Like I'm saying, I'm not expecting big move now. No, because we can see it's definitely in a range. Okay, again, the 1 minute is showing me a possible going up. Just like staying in the range. The 5 minutes gives me a little bit the same. Well, okay, let's do a buy. Yeah, let's see again. Okay. So you see, I could post a Telegram, but I'm not going to, because this is not really like, for me, this is not my main signal right now, not my main strategy, right? So this is just based on, okay, a little bit of the signal, which not signal, the indicator, which shows me on 1 minute time frame. So the one thing I'm doing here is the indicator tells me, okay, and the 1 minute time frame, 5 minute time frame, but not the other ones. Okay, so as I'm trading the 1 minute scalping right now, and the technical overview that we're in a range, right? So, and that's the trading at this moment, just the range based on that. So, but I if it stays in the range, then like I'm saying, that's going to be the signal. The signal is going to be, if it stays in that range before I go, then I'm going to place the orders. And then walk away. So you see, basically expecting it still might stay in that little range. You see that the very narrow one, so that little narrow one, you see that range. So basically, again, where I removed the level, but you see that, so it might get to this again. You see, it's using the same, and not break it. Well, I mean, okay, look, you see, if it's like the scalping, I could just here now close with the profit. So I scalped this and could walk away with a small profit already, but I'm just going to keep it. Let's see if it's going to go further in range. But you see where my stop loss is, 900 points again. So which is lower than the previous low, a little bit above than another bottom, yeah, but it's with the bigger move that it should recover if it will make a loss. You see, it looks like it might start to range in this little area. You see the much smaller there. See, it's tried, but the point is this, you see, yeah, it had a pullback, came back, and again tried pullback, and now what? So let's see if it's going to, it's tried, right, twice already. It's been here 1, 2, and that's quite possibly it will try to break through and just stay in this range. If not, then I guess I'd have to leave it, and with the movement through the American session, expect it to recover. So, or FOMC, when it's going to get to FOMC news. But you see that that's the point. With the small move, with the technical overview, just right, technical overview, showing that range, and this level, I could have just scalp it quickly and get away with it. But it's a very small lot size, that's why I don't really worry about it. Is it going to go or no? This range I also can use, the smaller one. If it stays in that smaller range, I can also use it again, placing the orders. And again, if it will go break through, go further, or not, or breaking that bottom, go further down or not. So it doesn't matter. You see, that's what I'm saying. It would be just, if it stays, it consolidates, we know it's going to get out from it. It's not going to stay there forever. And it's a second day. See, the first day didn't move, and now it's another day. So it's two days sitting in this range. It should be a good move. So that's why whichever way, it should get out, wherever loss, recover, and should still make a profit. But like I'm saying, you see, with the at this moment, it's mix. Is we're going up in here, is we're going down in here, it's going to stack, and it's quite possibly just going to sit. It might even stack, no, but it should try to break out around these timings. So yeah, so that's why I wouldn't expect it break further down. So I think it's going to just stay and maybe like climb a little bit up higher. But I still don't think before the news it's going to break through at all. So, okay, back to 1 minute, so you can see a bit. You see, now it's like nothing. But like I'm saying, in this kind of range, can just with the EA, sometimes I would just buy and sell at the same time. Because when it's in the range and you know, like it's somewhere in the middle, it's probably going up, going down, going up, going down, and then so you can few times place buy sell, and then if you're watching it, you see, that's what I'm saying. I mean, the EA does itself wherever it gets the signal, it just would do it itself, not exactly the same way, it uses, like I'm saying, just one indicator here. I'm like, you see, I'm looking at like range. Yeah, we decided like 1 minute showed something. The range shows us, but the EA just does it based on the signal, just do it itself, and wouldn't do as many trades. That's why. But when manually, if you're watching it, so you can place a little bit more trades. But like I'm saying, EA is like in a consolidation, can buy and sell a few times, and then when the big move happens, it will clear out if there are losing trades there floating. So that's how I used to trade also. So that's why I'm just trying to show you a little bit actually how it kind of works. Like I'm saying, you see, when you just doing it manually is just harder when you would have to manage yourself the losses you make, right? So when you're managing yourself, it's just way too much. You see, so it's tried again to break. Is it going to give us, you see, like 1 minute is showing me still it's going up. 5 minutes, like I'm saying, 5 minutes is a bit of a mix, but now showing a little bit more going up. 15 minutes is out of picture. So based on 1 minute and 5 minutes with bit of this indication showing going up a bit. So let's see if it's going to go in that range. I mean, here also it might, just give a pin and then come back. Possibly can. You see, it's like these little two tops. But again, you see, it's like trying to, you see, on the bigger time frames, the same. If some situation would be happening like this, I would be saying more that it will still break through and would go up. You see, on the bigger time frames, I would say is it's tried already, like third time. You see the first breakout, pull back, continue, but didn't go further down. Tried to go back again, didn't have a success. Tried again, so third time should be pretty much lucky, let's say. Not lucky, but successful. That's how I would usually see it on a bigger time frames. On 1 minute, on the smaller time frames, kind of about the same system, same strategy. But I mean, again, I can look at this as more like now like a pattern. Again, cup and handle, right? This looks like a bit of a handle. This looks like a bit of a cap, because you see it's returned again, and that's why as a handle cup and kind of like not very strong cup and handle, but still expecting it breakthrough. The point is, it creates like this because the main pullback and continuation down didn't work out. You see the market turned around, so creating this cap. So created little handle with pullback, but didn't continue way down. So it creates a bit of a cap, and that's why I would say I would be more like towards that it will break and go further up. You see, and this the patterns. That's how the patterns usually you would expect to work. You see, and I find them very useful. I've been trading patterns for many years. So after the strategy with the first strategy I used based only on news, then I started to use the patterns. Yes, when news was not enough, they're not enough. They're not very often the news, right? And even though I was making good profits with the news, I wanted more, and that's why I started to look at different other strategies. As I was looking at, like I'm saying, different indicators I didn't like. Well, I mean, I liked some, I still didn't like to use them, but when I used the patterns, they worked out quite well. But my favorite patterns been the channels, flat, right? When it's flat, like double tops and double bottoms, my favorite ones, head and shoulders, and flags also quite well. So triangles, and I love triangles. When there's pennants and triangles are very strong patterns. Yeah, cup and handle is, I wouldn't say is like one of my favorites, but could be useful. And well, this moment it didn't break, so but let's see if it comes back. I mean, like I'm saying, it's stronger, usually quite stronger on the bigger time frames. On the smaller ones we can try to use them, but they're usually quite strong on the bigger time frames. You see, at this moment it's like tried to break through that, but now you see it's trying to, now it's turning around. And again, that's what I'm saying, the indicators now still, they're still mixed. On 1 minute it still shows a possible going up. On the 5 minutes it still shows possible going up, mixed. 15 minutes completely mixed. So it is what it is. So if it will stuck in this little area, you see I'm still having the trade, then I can still use this area to place other orders. So buy and sell, buy stop and sell stop, and just leave that trade running wherever it's going to end up, and play. But is a very narrow range here. Like I'm saying, the only risk would be that could just be stopped by this little which is like, you see, it could, if it will be stopped by this level, it probably would be taking those tops, right? So if it will go and take them, so it's about 400 something, because I have 288 points above, then I have 200 points, so I have 488. I need the market move at least 488, which is a little bit too much. If it will just stay in that range and try just to break through and then come back, it might not also get me a good profit. No good, I mean, my 200 points profit. And again, if it will go further down, again, you see I need 488, but again it might get stopped by this level and not going 488. Well, I would say roughly 500, because plus minus the spread, or can be slippage, so always plus minus, and you see it can be also losing trade. So that's why, for example, it would be better to see it's moving in a bit longer in that range. You see, like here, a little bit more before actually it breaks and makes a good move. So that's how it is. So see, it's another 45 minutes for me left, and I have nothing at this moment. It just playing, the price is just playing. You see, it's just not making just sitting in a range, not making much. Doesn't give me a good entry points for me, like the ones I would look for, like I was telling you. Okay, so that's one, possibly creating like whatever, what does it makes. You see, now it's in this reached the range like they originally was expecting. Yeah, now it's trying to like giving like a little pin here, trying to go back again. The 15-minute chart now shows me a bit more towards selling, but again, like I'm saying, you see, these indicators, they could be a little bit late. So late, but again, you see, in this situation, because like at this, for me this is nothing, it's just a range, and I don't like it. I wanted my tops and bottoms. So this again, I can try to buy from here again, yeah, because okay, I will have like two trades, for example, against small ones. If they hit the stop loss, they hit the stop loss, and then will be recovering themselves. But it might break that little range in here. Right, and go further down here, like trying to take the stop and then just stay in here. So we will see. And then but still, like I'm saying, my expectation, it will stay in that range, but let's see. You see, the question is, do I really want to go for another buy in here? I'm saying this waiting time is just so you see, it's just the price is trying to get inside the range. It's still trying to be inside the range. Like I'm saying, I have again 1 minute, not very strong, but still looks for buy. 5 minute, very mixed. 15 minutes, like I'm saying, I wouldn't even look at it. I mean, I look at 15 minutes, it's very mixed. And that's what like I'm saying, okay, as I would just not stay basically by the screen, right? At that point, it's like, okay, for example, I got in a trade, okay, could go into this one as a range, and 1 minute again showing, or just leave it and walk away, because it's all now under control of the EA. See, so I don't really need to, you know, like to look and think, and then come back, for example, in a few minutes, like I'm saying, expecting just to stay in the range before the news, right? Okay, American session opening, something maybe, but the news. That's why just at this moment it's like nothing to get out of it. You see, wouldn't watch it when with the EA. Okay, without the EA it would have been, of course, harder to control it. Like I'm saying, it's like manually, it's really hard. It's very tiring. It's not as much fun as they say. So probably, you see, like more riskier would have been, at least, well, now would have been already one trade, but the Asian would have been alright. The Asian session was really nice with the possible more opportunities. It was at this moment, this is nothing really. So let's see if it will still try to get back again to this level, as it's already, like I'm saying, the third time might be lucky. So it wasn't here, maybe here, or it still might continue break through and continue a bit further down. Like I'm saying, okay, in 1 minute it tells me with the averages, it's not telling me to go for buys, but I wouldn't much of the looking on averages in that situation, because it's in range, it's flat. When it's flat and not looking like it's trying to break through something, I wouldn't trust it much. But on averages, it's kind of shows more towards down going, yeah, but with the other indicators, it shows a little bit more towards buying. And with this, I wouldn't, just like I'm saying, wouldn't think much. Okay, so it showed something, okay, we got in, and that's it. But like, for example, would I want to place the orders, the usual ones? You see, like now, for example, I would need a little bit more time, so it's another 30 minutes for me to wait, and in 30 minutes, if it's not going to stay in this range, then I'm not going to place the orders, because if it's going to break through and go down here, then it's going to be a different range, right? So for example, if it's not going to break that and go further down, then that would be range, the new range, for example, right? If it breaks, goes up and consolidates around this area, then it would be different range. But it still tries, you see, it still tries to hold that position, right? It tries to hold. Hopefully it will hold, because this would be really nice for me to place the orders and walk away. I'm just going to show you again, so where I'm planning to place. You see, this is my sell pending order. Okay, well, it's not exactly the order, that's just the level from which 288 points down will be actual order. You see, so my plan is that the market is not going to move out from that range, and then I will be able to place my pending sell order, you see, from that level, 288 points, so somewhere around here. That's what it shows you, right? So hopefully it will stay in that range. So 288 is roughly the actual sell order, is around here, a bit down. Well, it shows 282, but it's 288, so it's around here. So by the time it moves a little bit further, it would be a bit more correct. So it's 288, so the possible breakout and get me 200 points, because I'm not going to watch it, I'm not going to place bigger take profits, right? So that, and the buy stop, the plan is to place above. I would go a little bit lower based on those bodies of the candles, and just like that, a little bit more, because these bodies of the candles a bit more touches plus minus this one, that area and that area. So you see those candles, the bottom, so that kind of the range where I'm expecting the market to stay, bit plus minus a little bit high, a little bit lower, but not more than 288 points hopefully at this moment. You see, so it's about 50 pips, which is fine, 500 points and 288. So actual buy order, it would be standing around here. See, 282, 280, well, 288, but it just doesn't let me to show 288. So that's where I would want to place my orders before I go. And if the market stays in there, like it's okay, now the 30 minutes for me, before I leave home, I will not be able to stream afterwards, but before I leave, if the market stays in that range, this is where I will be placing the orders and sending it to my Telegram channel. But at this moment, as you can see, I can't do it, because it's not not staying in the range yet. So you see, it might continue, you see, to go further down to here and stay in this range lower. If it stays lower, then what I would do is, I'm going to remove that now. So if it goes and stays in this range, for example, then I will be placing my buy stop. Again, I don't want to do it now because, okay, I'll switch off the auto trading because I don't want to pick it up. Then I would place my buy level here. See, pending order buy. And if it stays in this range, then I would use the sell stop but trend line, you see, because you can change them and they don't need to be horizontal all the time. Then it would be more like trend using this, you see. So for example, if it breaks and goes down here, that would be my expectation to sit it in this range. And then the actual buy would be from here to here, about 288, right? And then go further, possible breakout and give me the profit there. And the actual sell order from that level is actually going to be what you may call it, it's not going to be exact every time the market, if market stays, you see, it's like 288. If it would be around here, then it would be there. If it's going higher, then sell would be a little bit higher. You see, that's how the EA works. So it moves move the stop. So it's not as like how the horizontal and levels work. The trend level, the pending orders are moving. So that's how it would work. Okay, so that's why I'm removing it for now. That's why I really hope that through the time it will give me at least the area. It will give me the area. So where it's going to go sit. The price, where it's going to go sit. I mean, like I'm saying, before the movement, it might go down there, then come back and stay still in that range. But again, how big, you see here, it's only 20 pips, 200 points down. I mean, from here, I wouldn't say, because I don't think it would stay like that, but in here, it would be about 60. So, for example, I could go still for that level and for that the middle range in the middle. But if go for that wide one, it's too wide. For the wide one, then you have to change the stop loss and have to change the take profit, you see, because that would be like 80. Yeah, and if from here to here, it would be like 90. It's quite big, very, very wide. It's going to be too wide. I don't want to do it too wide, because, you know, with this breakout strategies, the stop loss has to be above and below the range area. So if it's inside it, that's where you get too many recoveries. As it can hit, it might not break the range. It might stay in the range a few times, and that's why the stop loss has to be above and below the levels, the range where it stays, or like the pattern. Like if it's a bit of going to be triangle in here, so it has to be not inside. Never have a stop losses inside. But sometimes I have it because, like you see, it's I put the 900 points, like 90 pips stop loss, and it could end up in there plus minus. I don't care too much because I'm using very low lot sizes, you see. But if you are using bigger lot sizes, you need to be more careful, take less risks, and always have the stop losses outside of range. Right. I mean, okay, in here, it might go in further down. Okay, it might slowly go further down, and then of course, then I would be looking at what's next. If it's not going to stay in here, then of course I'm not going to place any orders. I'll just leave it as it is and let it run until wherever. Then I come back and see what happened. Because if it's no range, no pending orders. As you can see, guys, here it's like, if it breaks through too early, then I can't do anything here. If it will be trying to break through, then of course the only what would have been from me done is to watch it to see if it takes one bottom or it takes another bottom. but because I'm not going to be here, I will not be able to see it, and I will not be able to place any orders. So then I would have to try to get and see the trades after the news events happen. So that's how it works. That's how the trading works out. Watching it and then see what you can do. You see, at this moment it's nothing. I mean, meanwhile, basically can just do some other stuff. Just trying to see what else out there in the news. You know, it's always something unexpected can happen, basically. And that's why if you do actually watch it seriously, then you just always like watch the news, you know, keep an eye all the time on what fundamentals, what is going on in the world. So, and at this moment there is nothing really, nothing in the news, like no breaking news, you know. So any breaking news and it's all can change straight away. Okay, I think I'm just going to leave it for now, as it kind of getting like my time. It's not like I'm going to go into any other trades, because like I'm saying, it was not giving me anyway. The only way we got in is just trying to see if the market was going to stay in the range. It's like coming out a little bit, and kind of really need to get this in that range before I can place the orders. And as it's before I leave home, because I'm not going to be home, it's probably about now 2 hours, about an hour and a half. So by that time maybe it will come down a bit and stay in some range. So, but if not, I would just, like I'm saying, as at the bit more risky, just to place the trend line. Oh, I switched off my EA, so I'll just need to leave it on if it's going to hit the stop loss. So you see, if it stays in here, so it could stay in an hour to give it an hour. Maybe it will stay in this range a little bit, and then I will place the orders. I will use that area to place the other orders. So let's see, unless I decide to still go back inside this range, so that then I will use this. It's a tiny one. I will use this range. So you see, it's complicated. Without more consolidation, I can't really place safer, but it is what it is. I just don't like with the news, when the news are coming, to leave it without watching it, because you know, when you're not watching it, what other thing can happen with the EA? It might not, I mean, it's any EA. If the price would slip, any EA will never pick up the trade, and it might pick up then later, right? For example, if it goes too much, if you have a stop loss 900 points, and then it's like slip, the price goes like way too far, then it can get into like not 900, but it might go to like 1000 to like 1500, depends how bad and big the news, and then it might have a jump one or another way. And the point is, when you see the market starts like jump, like up down something, then it's better to switch off for that moment, let it come down, and then put it on, and then it picks up. Where it's like when happened that move, and then it picks up the next price tick, and would start to perform again normally. You see, that's why with the news, kind of it's still less stress, because basically manually you will not be able to do it easy. With the EA it's easier, but I still would like more to watch it, and of course I do like more a good range to place the orders. You see, like now again it's playing around with this area, came out, trying to get back up, trying to continue again. So it's just nothing, gives me absolutely nothing right now. So that's why I'm just saying, I'm probably just going to leave it, see what is going to happen. That range is also, if it's going to play around this range to go for any scalping in here, it's would needs a bit more time again. You see, I don't, that's what I was saying. It would just with this, when it moves like in this in range, you just can't buy and sell, and then wherever it makes some profits on one or another direction, and then it just clears out with the big move. But I still like to see it myself, but I'm not going to be here. But we will see. It's the evening one, the evening news, I should be back home by then, and would be able to see where the market would be before the news. Okay, so and then probably would be able to place the orders and send it to Telegram channel. Okay, so at this moment I think I'm just going to leave it for now. You see, it might start to consolidate in here, in this area. Okay, might come back again. I just wouldn't go for for it at this moment. You see this, just leave it for now. So you could possibly trying to get again, either to try to take this bottom or just stay above, because it has this trend line. You see here, it could possibly be some kind of entry point. But like I'm saying, for my 1 minute, I would prefer to have double bottoms. So let's see if it's going to, yeah, it's a little bit more movement now. Let's see, I still have a bit 20 minutes here. Let's see if it's going to try to break through or stay above. I mean, and again, at this moment, it doesn't give me anything, to be honest. The only one thing I could do here is just, again, as we know, it's in trend line and it's trying to range, only to see if it's going to be like a little, like you see the candle with pin, just like we had here. And, well, here it's not very strong pin though, compared to this one. That was a strong one. And then to see if I might go for another buy. Oof, that's like a bit of a breakout. Well, let's see. So it's trying to get there. Is it going to take that bottom or not? That's the question. Or it might try to break out. It's quite possible. Except the 15 minutes is showing me, it's quite showing me a bit more of the sell, and 5 minutes a little bit mix. Still 5 minutes in 1 minute chart is oof. Well, let's see if it's going to pin. Except this could be you see, it didn't take that bottom. So just sometimes, you know, like in the different brokers, it could be different. So let me just see with the other broker. So I see, no, I would to be honest, you see, I would rather to see to break to take that bottom, and if it would take this bottom, then I might go and look for the buy. Oof. It's jumping. Well, you see, it didn't. With me, I would still rather to see that take this, but it didn't. And it's like indicators are showing me to sell. I mean, still going, it's going down. I mean, it's a bit late because the sell, remember I wanted to sell a bit differently, but here I might again try to get into the trade risky, like I did here, thinking it's in the range, just based on, we have a pin and it is on top of our trend line, right? So something like this too. You see, it gave us pin, but it was a 5 minute here when it's created this nice pin. So here basically it would be better if it would okay, stays above, but I'm trying to do, see, the 1 minute time frame is showing me a little bit of the buy already, but 5 minute still nothing. So yeah, I would still like to see if it's going to break it or not. Well, 5 minutes of waiting. I'm waiting 5 minutes. So it does look like we would want to go a little bit further. You see that here is when I'm looking at this and thinking that it might, you know, take that previous bottom a little bit, or it might go continue further down. To be honest, in that way I would just move the stop loss a little bit further myself, just to give that a little bit more, you know, space for it. Okay, so now this is where I would be a bit more to look. You see, it's breaking. Okay, and that's where I would be looking more into the possible buy if it's going to turn around, because you see now it took my bottom, okay, the previous bottom. So you see what's on the 15. On 15 minutes it's quite strong breakthrough. So what could possibly do is actually to go further down. So before the news, it decided not to wait for it, but play around. At the same time, you see, it might just go down further again to the next bottom, take that one, or even take that pin and then turn around, because that's what gold likes to do. Okay, so let's see what is it doing. Is it fooling around again? Gold's full. Fool's gold. Fool's gold. So what do we have here? Well, it's a bit complicated again here, as okay, the 5 minutes shows more continued down. 15 minutes a little bit more also down, but 1 minute is playing around. Okay. One minute is showing me for more for buy, but it would be nice if a 5 minute would also show it, but 5 minute doesn't show it yet. Fighting. Well, okay, I am going to do another buy, I think. Trust the 1 minute. Should I do it? Yeah, okay, I'll do another buy. And I'm not going to post it again, because this is all my decision on based not my usual strategy. Because this is more riskier trading, scalping. You see, like here is my decision. Well, first we took that bottom, and yeah, creating a pin. So it's well, I'm using the 1 minute time frame, because the 5 minute doesn't really show me for buy. More like a 1 minute time frame. Okay, what is happening with 5 minutes? 5 minutes. 5 minutes is still not showing for buy. And 1 minute is fighting. 1 minute is fighting for life. So yeah, it's now 12. I think I'm just going to leave it for now. So basically at this point I'm not going to look for trades, because I have 2 already. So that's now it's all up to the EA. It's going to take over. That's why I said, guys, you see, I'm not using the auto trading, because I don't really like to mix them when this kind of situation, when the scalping is going on. I don't like to mix them, because with scalping I can end up with lots of trades, and I don't want, you know, to have, if the stop loss will be hit, I don't want the EA to have so many trades and then recoveries and worries about the lot sizes. and how many trades, because basically if I would have the auto system running, as I'm going to see what's on my other, the automatic one had few trades already, and it's not, I don't know how to switch between them to show, but anyway, so I'm just looking at my other one, automatic one, and that already made 18th today. It's quite a lot of trades it made today already. Yeah, so it's made few trades, and it has running one trade right now with so, but it's in recovery. On automatic one it has one, because you see it's been range, and it has one trade running in the recovery, so not very big lot, only 0.12, and that's why I say I wouldn't want to have, for example, if it would be in recovery and running the other ones, like for example these two might end up as a losing trades, and the EA would be recovering. Don't want the lot size to go too much, you see, so to leave it on its own. But depends again, if you have a very big account with smaller lot sizes, it's not a problem, but even on a 10,000 account, too many trades, definitely not. Like 2 trades is okay. It's going to run 2 trades, then it's going to go into recoveries. It should be all right. If it will hit the stop loss, we don't know, because at this moment I have my 5-minute time frame. Just, you see, if it's going across in a minute, go a little bit higher, then it's going to be also showing as a buy. But you see, I was getting into this trade only using the 1 minute. So using that's my scalping on the 1 minute time frame. So, and again, you see here also for like scalping, I could have already closed this trade, just, you know, as a scalp. But okay, the 5 minute might start to show, but the 1 minute is still showing me it still might go and get me the profit. Okay, 15 minutes is still a mix, but more towards down. 5 minutes is still like really needs a little bit more time to see the 1 minute jumping up down. But okay, I'm just going to leave it, because that's definitely the way I would go for it, this trade, because it took my bottom here, created a new one lower, then reversed and confirmed with the 1 minute indicators that it should go and do me profit. So that one would have been the trade I would definitely go for. This was just based on range, but this one is based on 1 minute indicators and the double bottom situation, and in our trend channel, even though it says try to break through. But so that's what I'm going to leave it now, I think. Yeah, and let's see still a bit of a time, give it a bit time, and it might go into the range here. So if it will stay in the range here, maybe, or maybe it will go further down, so we will see. And then I will be able to place the orders before I leave home, okay, for the American session and American news. Well, depends. Again, it might move through American session, or it might wait for the news, the American news, the first ones before FOMC. Okay, so yeah. Now I'm going to go, and it's not going to be any more commentary, no volume. I'm just going to leave it run, but I'm going to switch off camera and the volume, guys. Okay, so that's a little bit of the trading session with a bit of the manual entries, and let's see how it goes. After all, I hope it's not going to be interrupted, because the internet is not as good. It's interrupts from time to time, so hopefully it will go through the American session and the news and see how it goes. I'm still not going, I mean, I will see where it's going to go, where the market will be when I'll be back to the screen in about an hour to check before I leave, and if I would want to switch on also the auto system on this account before I go, because at this moment I'm leaving the other one, and this one more with the manual entries. Okay, so well, good luck everyone with trading, and I'll see you and talk to you next time. Okay, and bye for now. Bye.